Is this thing on? Alright, let's begin. Hello and welcome to another episode of Hedgehog Makes. My name is Austin, aka Zombie Hedgehog, and today we are going to try to do as much as we can on the 2.4. Get it, hopefully, at least moving today. That's the goal. So, how's everyone doing today? You are looking at a new camera. Unfortunately, it's not the ideal setup. Right before the stream, I did the thing that I said I was going to do, and this is my HDMI adapter. It'll focus. Probably too small. Here, what's the thing you do this? There you go. Yeah, so that's this bare pins. That's not going to work very well. So I got to order a proper mini cable for this, probably right angle. That makes the most sense. Let's just do that now before I forget. Because I'm going to order it now. I'm not going to get it today. Or, not today, but obviously not today. Later this week. Right angle micro HDMI. Okay, so they sell little adapters. That's not bad. It's a good idea. Hopefully they come in either direction. Right and left. Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go. So I think it's micro HDMI. Yeah, this is where I love Amazon. When you need something very specific, you can just kind of get it. I think that's what I need. Yeah, just the right and the left, just in case. I don't know which side I specifically need. So I'm gonna order within 1 hour to get it on Thursday. So I'm gonna buy it now. So if you like this stream and you want to see more content like this and you want to see a slightly crispier image, make sure to like and subscribe and do all of these standard YouTube things. If you're watching this in the future, keep watching, but leave a comment. Alright, good. Should have done that at the beginning. I thought I ordered a cable when I got some components, but I was like, I won't worry about it. Or maybe something. Maybe I did order a cable and I have one sticking around. So, the main reason for wanting a newer camera is this. The fact that I can hold something up to the camera and it should focus on said object. And then focus back on me. That's the idea. And I'll be doing something really cool in the future where I'll have this ceiling mounted or similar, and I'm able to move it around so I can put it back there or drag it over to get a close-up. So there's a lot of options for having a good camera, including a cat apparently. So everyone say hello, Ginger. Say hello. Fluffy kitty. I think I'm going to point that camera down a bit. Let's go over to the close-up camera. So if I'm standing up, it's a bit high. Okay. Can I go up any further? Oh, I can. Oh, geez. We do it live. Okay. We actually need to... Okay. We'll do this. We'll go over to this page. Oh, that has the wrong camera. Ooh, 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 ooh. This one. I want to get the framing right. I'm going to throw it over here. Oh, it's the, which one had the manual? This one. No. This one? This one. There we go. Let me just delete myself. Boop. Goodbye. And make sure this is set up correctly. This is how you set up scenes in OBS. Although there's something supposed to be here. Yeah, this one is supposed to be just the C930E. So I switched it around. So the camera right here was the camera there. The one that was my close-up camera is now dead. It kept flickering green because the cable got loose. This is this one. Yay! Drag that down to the bottom. Look at that. Professionalism. Awesome. I love it. And then we can take this one and delete myself and repaste. That one's good. This one I will delete myself and repaste. Cool. So now, hypothetically, I can move this down just a tad bit and maybe zoom out. There we go. And then zoom. Is that as far as I can zoom? I guess so. Like this? How's that look? Or go back up. Oh, I can see myself. I got a little preview. Good enough. I'll just sit. So yeah, today, oops, that's not updated. Ah, another camera. Ah, that was smart. I locked that so I wouldn't be able to delete it. Silly me. And then what? What is this camera? You know what? We'll just leave it. Where are we at? So this is Voron 2.4 if you are just tuning in, and we're like down a lot, like all the way. Yeah, we're essentially at the point where we're not going to follow the manual anymore. I don't think there is anything to follow. No. So I think we're done with the manual. So we have some crimping to do. Crimping ain't easy. We have to make up this cable and this cable. And I think, oh, and then one more. We're going to do the sex bolt. So I'll flip it upside down and show you the progress I made. But I installed the bed and I installed the sex bolt. And I don't know if I did this already, but I installed Clicky. So that should be all operational. And all I gotta do now is do some crimping and stripping. Lots of fun. I was working on this previously. These don't take a lot of time, but they're a little tedious. So how's everyone doing? Are you enjoying this build series so far? We're gonna go a little bit late tonight probably because I want to make some good progress on this. So I'm using some silicone wire that I got on AliExpress a while back. I got a ton of it, and I'm actually using a fair bit for random stuff. But I would like to transition over to PTFE. Like this wire, oh, it's so much nicer than this. This is kind of not that great. It's functional, but sometimes function kind of gets replaced by form when it doesn't feel good. But I got these things in today. I finished printing off, I had to do one extra bracket for the Manta M8P. I just printed in PLA because both of my ABS printers are down at the moment. I corrupted my Pi image, and luckily I was able to recover the Klipper files. PSA, if you are running Klipper, download your config right now. Just download it and name it something. Just do it right now. Download your config. You'll thank me later. At least you have something to go back on in case you lose it all. So I'll have to finish getting that. I already got it flashed with Mainsail OS, and I'll have to finish installing Klipper helper and getting all those files transferred back over. Luckily, it should be kind of just plug and play. It's not bad, just a little bit time consuming. Green frame is nice, makes you wish you able to get the orange frame for your Voron. Yeah, so LDO discontinued some of their colors, including this one. Maybe they'll bring it back in the future, but for now, you can get the 2.4 frames in green from West 3D, and you can get some other variety colors from other sellers. So check your local LDO reseller, whoever sells frames, and see if they have any. Which is a Google Drive backup. There is a GitHub thingy that I still need to set up. Probably have someone walk me through just to make sure I get it set up correctly. But there's at least a GitHub, and that's probably, I'm not gonna say better, but probably nice. Just some way of, even if it was local, I wouldn't even care if it's on my local NAS. Just something off of the Pi. Because you can't just take your SD card and plug it into Windows. You got to do some trickery, and I ended up having to, I just installed Ubuntu on my laptop. I have like a spare laptop, and then just plugged it in. And then I had to run a series of commands to I'm not gonna repair my corrupted files. So I was able to get the files fixed. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff I don't know about. I'm not a programmer, and I don't do well with a lot of advanced stuff like that. And I know it's not super advanced, but I just don't know. No matter what I do, I always feel like I just have no idea what I'm doing. You have a highly customized bash script. Backs up all your configs, not just Klipper, to Amazon with a bunch of lifecycle. Wow, that sounds fun. All I want is it for just to download the files and put it on my NAS. Just do it once in a while. Oh, hello, Ginger. You like to automate the things? I do too. I like when it's automated, but setting it up can be a bit of a hassle. All right, so making sure that these wires are all wired up the same. Got tired of SD card corruption. Yeah, I think that's a common issue for a lot of Pi setups, is the SD card corrupting. And I don't even know if getting a better SD card would help. What happened was I lost power a couple times over some of the last storms we've had, and I think that's what finally did it, was just hard shutting off and on and off and on. That kind of dirty power, because I didn't have it plugged into UPS, which I probably should. Even just a basic one, I should probably do that. So remind me one of these days to just grab my UPS and plug it in. It's that simple. Just plug it in. Ideally, I'd love to have all the printers on some type of UPS, like each. At least my main printers on a UPS. So if I do lose power, it just keeps printing, and it can still run for at least a couple minutes, at least like 5 minutes before shutting off. So for the normal outages where there flickers, I wouldn't lose any prints, and nothing would have a great chance of dying. So, I mean, I have a UPS down here for my computer. I can't also run a printer off of it, but it's a 1500 VA, and it's able to easily run my desktop plus a couple of extra things. So it might be able to run a printer, but the whole thing doesn't run very long. All right, there's one more cable done, and we just have one more to go for the Z axis. Glad I was able to do a little bit of crimping on stream. Maybe I can show you what I'm doing on this camera. I'll probably keep this one as a close-up cam, which would be this. It's a little bit wider angle, so it's not as like zoomed in. I wish it was a little more zoomed, but that could be nice for a close-up. So let me know what you think. But it's slightly wider angle than the other camera. What is this one? I think, no, this one was supposed to plug in over here. I'll fix it after. But all I'm doing is I'm taking this wire and splitting it apart a little bit. SSD boot your Pi. I mean, possibly. I also want simplicity. I want to buy a bunch of SSDs. And if those can become corrupted as well, then I don't know. Yeah, one of these days we're all gonna have to hang out at Maker Vikings Discord. Sign up for his Patreon, and you get access to his Discord. You can join the cool folks. And then soon, Maker Viking's gonna release a fully enclosed ABS, mostly printed printer. So that'll be awesome. So connecting a Pi, an SSD to your Pi, what's kind of the process of that? Is it USB or is it plugged into one of the ports? USB? Okay. I could do that. It takes up a little extra space though. I like to be able to move around the system and not fear having to unplug it. So what I'm doing here is I have my iWis 3220Ms, and I'm inserting it from the back. I use this second to biggest most of the time. So I insert it, give it one click, just one, then take my wire and then insert it until the silicone, you can feel it kind of going into that first groove. Give it a nice crimp, and I press down on this side and then kind of pull, and that gives a pretty good crimp where it crimps the wire and then also crimps the cable all at once. So just repeat that 4 times. USB jumper to a board that bolts on. To a board that bolts on. Interesting. I could try that eventually. That'd be fun. But for now, SSDs do generally work, and I could probably just get better SSDs. That's another issue, is just having a better one instead of some random one that I have around. So we're gonna get this all wired up, well, at least crimped and ready to be wired. And then we're gonna slowly test stuff. We're gonna do minimum possible connections. Like, we don't wanna connect more than we need to. We also have to get a Klipper config set up. So for this setup, you know what? Can someone find me a Voron 2.4 Manta M8P Klipper config, if possible? Otherwise, I will just use, because I haven't gotten that far yet. Otherwise, I'll use just a regular Manta config. It doesn't have to be perfect today. We don't have to have every single macro set up perfectly. I don't need all of that, but I just want to make sure that it moves, it's able to do quad gantry leveling, etc. Oh, maybe that's right in the Voron. That's probably in the Voron docs, isn't it? Or something like that, some type of config reference for 2.4. I'm sure it has to be standard. If you get one of these printers, you're gonna be getting the firmware from something. Time lapses, maybe. I'm not sure how I'm gonna be doing time lapses. I'd like to do definitely some like really nice ones with the camera. I'll have to figure that out. DIN rail mounts for the Pi. Well, I'm not talking about running inside the printer. This is just for like random ones for random printers. Although I'd like to eventually switch my workflow to having a Manta board and then have a couple printers plugged into that. So I don't have any external Pis, they're all internal. Either that or make a better box to plug them in, because I just have like a random Pi lying around. Let's see. So I'm trimming these down a little bit. I don't know the specific length they're supposed to be, but I kind of do that much, if you can see. Just a little bit. Hard to explain, but probably 2 millimeters. You can always grab a knuck. See, that's a waste, in my opinion. If anything, I'd have a laptop. So I have this right here. This is just an old 2-in-1 laptop that I run Klipper on sometimes. That works perfectly fine, and it's plenty powerful to run like 4, probably even like 6 printers without a sweat. And that's nice because it has a built-in UPS. Right? So it's a laptop. So regardless of how bad your battery is, it's good enough to run Klipper. The only issue is that they're slightly large. So maybe some like smaller form factor, 13-inch laptop. I think that one's a 13-inch. Maybe even smaller. And they don't go for much. You can get like any laptop on eBay. Sure. Yeah, I mean, a NUC would be ideal for running this stuff on. Plugged into a UPS. That was something I was thinking about, but I had a couple laptops lying around and they do work, except they're both a little jank at this point. I don't have the back covers on them. The power ports are a little worn. So it would be nice to have something. So I appreciate it. If anyone wants to dump old random stuff for me to be able to use in my stream and you're going to the Rocky Mountain Rip Rap Fest, I will be there. I will gladly take your junk. I'll be bringing a suitcase and probably getting some filaments, maybe some random parts, whatever I win from the drag racer contest. Not drag racer, the battle racer. Yeah, how many bring back a whole printer? Is that what the prize is? Or is it just money? I don't even know. Ooh, fruit explosion muffins? Yes. So like a second carry-on just of fruit explosion muffins. Who's saying that the CB1 is on the CB1 on the Manta is the Pi. Yes, so for anyone not aware, this Manta M8P board and all of Big Tree Tech's Manta boards have a CB1, which is a little compute module, similar to the Raspberry Pi CM4, I think. I already forgot, but Raspberry has one. It's the same exact form factor. Big Tree Tech is using that form factor. You can put a CM4 onto this board, but you can't go reverse. You can't use Big Tree Tech's Pi clone on official Raspberry products, at least as far as I'm aware. I don't know why. You have 5 minutes, 5 minutes away. Oh my god. Dang. That's awesome. I'm very excited. I wish I could spend more time there, but I'm spending as much time as I possibly can. As much time as I possibly can. All right, almost done with this. A couple more things to crimp. CM4 works on Manta if you can find it. Yep, that was my first Pi. I got approximately one CM4, but I really didn't like it. It had built-in storage. I thought that was going to be amazing, but it turns out it's harder to flash it, and you can't just take out your SD card. It's built in. So if you have an issue with the file system, you can't do as much as having an SD card because you can't just plug in the board, at least with my knowledge. So I wouldn't recommend getting one built on storage if you can. Same thing for this new Big Tree Tech one built on storage. I wouldn't bother, just use an SD card. Yeah, 3 couches and 2 beds, oh my god. You could seriously like rent out your, I don't recommend this, but you could rent out your room. Make some money. Or transportation services, that's going to be kind of big. If anyone is transporting people, that would be good. I know a couple people are, and I still have to find a reliable source for that. I haven't asked anyone yet, so we can talk about that off stream though. Just message me if you're going and want to commit. Alright, last one to match up. Oof, this one got a little work, did it? It'll still work. That's another thing, we have to make sure that all of the motors, like the connections I'm making, are solid. That's always a concern, right? If you're crimping your own cables, who knows if your connection is good. I know Steve Builds ran into that issue once because he had something like knockoff crimpers and they didn't make good connections and he was having issues, and that's very hard to troubleshoot. Like a loose connection on a motor, very difficult. Luckily though, Klipper will tell you when there are issues with a specific motor, or at least it should. So there's that. Yeah, but does anyone think we're gonna get this thing, maybe not printing, but at least moving? I think so. I think it's possible. I just gotta find the Klipper config. I'll probably start with the basic. And we do have clicky, so we have to be aware of that. Alright, looks good to me. So, I'm gonna unplug this one and then put it onto this far side. enough. Maneuvering over the emergency stop. Oh, yes. I am well aware of the new printer first movement kind of rules. Although I don't necessarily do it properly, right? I don't do it, I don't do the stepper buzz. I don't go through everything. I just kind of send it and say, does it work? Yes or no? So one more cable we have to make. We have to do a sex bolt Z end stop config. So what does that take? Probably 2 of these over here. Standard connections. I don't have any 2 pins. Let's see if I have another. Ooh. Be able to find a random one. Oh, the Big Tree Tech thing probably has some. They have a whole kit. So this is what comes with the Manta. Has enough connections for the whole entire board, or at least close to that. Wow, did we use up all of our M5 T-nuts? I think I have 2 left. I might have 2 left at the end of it. That's crazy. Oh, these are black. I'm used to white. Alright. Am I doing your mains wiring? Tip, loosen the power plate so you can slide it to one side so you have more access room. Are you talking this? Like, what are you talking about? Which what? Oh, that's right. I gotta make those connections too. Oh. I don't even know where those are. Oh, I think I do okay. It should be fine. These are... two pin. Yeah, so it's like a fan header. In fact, I could just take a fan cable and use that if I wanted to. Oh, that's right. I made some extra lengths because I had to rip them off. Where'd I put those? I should have some 2-pin cables lying around somewhere. Probably close by. Maybe. Maybe at least one of them. Or not, we'll pull from the spool. That's fine. Power panel to Wago. Oh, the Wagos. That's true. Yeah, I can figure that out. You should have moved the Wago. Where you're saying, like, move it closer to here or something? We think we should have enough room to access at least what we need to. I forgot I had those. So for a Z end stop, it's not going to need to go that far. Just like, this is fine. I don't want to make it shorter, but not excessively long. We don't need it. So there's a 2 connector. This should be the last one we have to make a connection for. Just temporary? Okay. And are you saying to take it off? Or just so it's able to slide? And unfortunately, I don't think I have a little bit, well actually that's a pretty significant amount of this random ground cable from a printer that's like ground color. Because I really don't want to mix together just black for ground. I don't have any other stranded cable like that. Okay. Crimping ain't easy. Well, it's easy, but it's just monotonous. Okay. These are nice pins. So Big Tree Tech does include pretty good pins from first impression. Then we also have to stick on some cable routing things. You know what? I don't think I'm going to do that in this stream. I'm not going to do any cable management because that's just going to take up extra time that we can use to do testing. But after the fact, I will go through and cable manage the whole printer and get it all nice and neat. There's no point of cable managing before you know it's working, in my opinion. So I got these handy cable channels, and I might pick up a couple more because it only has, I have 2. So that'll do probably this strip right here and that strip right here. But it'd be nice to have an extra one up here and maybe one back here. That would be optimal. And it seems like the length I got for the... I had to buy these DIN rails separately because I lost them. And it seems like the length is pretty good. Almost done, I promise. Still got lots to do. So the first goal is to get the board powered. So we can go through that process. Which you have to make more crimps for. We have to crimp on connectors for the power inlet. And I did find the switch too. So I have a big, huge toggle switch. I love it. On the back. Be nice to have it on the front though. Maybe I'll have to do a mod where there's a small power switch in the front or something like that. I'm sure it exists. Everything exists. Do I exist? Okay, so for the regular end stops, does not matter the 2-pin. Does not matter the orientation. Oh, is this a 2 or 3-pin end stop though? It might be 3-pin. I think they're 3-pin end stops, so I actually have to figure out where they connect. Damn. Let's see. 3-pin end stop. I'm gonna look up a M8P config real quick. Manta, oh, I think I have it downloaded. M8P. I think I have a manual. No, I don't. Manta M8P pinout, and they should have that on their GitHub. Manual. Using manual in different language. So I'm gonna go to hardware and then the one that says pinout. And I don't have version 1.1. I think I just have version 1, but the pinout should be close. Hopefully. So those are end stops. It looks like it's the first 2. Okay. So what I like to do is just plug in a connector, just partially, and then plug it in based off of the wiring. So the middle is ground, and the left side for me is signal, and the right is 5 volts. It's really annoying to have like a 3-pin board, but it's nice if you actually have a 3-pin end stop because it's gonna work. There's a mod to move the power switch to the side skirt. That'd be nice too, like a side. I'm fine with it being in the back, but it would be nice to be able to turn it off and on. At least on the side. The front would be good too. Picked up a ratcheting insulated crimper. Bent those, then snap the seal. Crimping much easier. I find this pretty easy to use right here. It just works, and maybe it's my workflow, but I've been pretty happy with those iWis ones. All right, so I'm gonna slide this up in here through this rear cable set somehow. And then plug this into the sex bolt. And I'll show you this once I flip the printer up. But we're gonna kind of have to have it like this. Maybe I'll put it to this side. So that's that. So what do we need? Let's do end stop wiring. M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, M6. I don't know. The 6 end stops? I guess it doesn't really matter. Let me find a Voron config. So Voron 2.4 M8P. Then Klipper. Let's see if there is a specific Klipper config for 2.4 for the M8P. I don't want to just take someone's random config. But it would be useful. This one. Is there anything for a Klipper config? Specifically for a 2.4? Doesn't really matter, does it? Well, let me just go on Klipper's website then. I don't have screen capture set up, so you'll have to just bear with me. I can set that up real quick. I'm doing configuration, installation, Klipper config directory, and I can scroll down to Big Tree Tech, Manta, M5P. I'm pretty sure this is a version 1. I don't know where it says it, but I think it's a version 1. Might be on the back somewhere. Take it off. I'll just assume it's a version 1 and go from there. So it looks like the end stop pin is PF5. PF5. And on this board, PF5 is yeah, the third one over. That makes sense. So get that plugged in. PF5. Maybe that one. Boop. Oh no. Is this not set up for UART? Am I gonna have to remove like a ton of jumpers? Oh. Is that the case? I can't remember. Look at this Manta board. Yeah, I do. Dang. Okay. So it looks like I gotta just rip out a bunch of these. I don't have a great set of pliers to do that. They're all pretty thick. What is a tiny PSU for? So that's a 5-volt power supply. It's an official Meanwell power supply. And it's used for powering a Raspberry Pi, which needs very good, clean, not clean, but, well, that's a bad idea. It needs consistent power. What's the best way to remove these things? Probably not with those. I usually use those as, there we go, I'll just do this. And also if you're running lights, if you're running 5-volt lights for some reason, that could be a good power source. So So I might do that in the future, get some nice RGB or similar lights. If you're playing around at home, I am removing the unnecessary pins to get UART set up on, what, 7 drivers? All of them, I guess. So I'm leaving the second one from the left plugged in. I'm just referencing my other Manta board that I have over there. Yeah, looks right. Tweezers, dental pick. Yeah, yeah. So I'm just kind of going at the side of it and using my finger once it comes apart. Just hard to get in there with grubby fingers. Ginger, stop. She's playing with the wires. Those aren't toys. And we're not using sensorless. Finally, a printer where I don't use sensorless homing for every single axis. It's been a while. Speaking of a while, this takes a while. This is all stuff I would have done before I started streaming, but I wanted to make sure I got at least this kind of setup and all the necessary stuff connected. So I'd rather talk about the config and, you know, my specific process, but this is content. How many of these? The build place, or the whole area gets messier and messier every day. So I just don't want to clean it up. Just makes a mess. So while this isn't a record 2.4, it's a pretty dang fast one. I'm very, very determined to get it set up. Might as well install the drivers too. Let me see if I can find them. So it comes with these little 2209 packages. I would have gotten the 26 something something, whatever the quote better ones would be. But this was a bundle, and they bundle in the 2209s. So I'll live with it. They should work fine. I'm not planning on going 24 volts with this. I don't think that's going to be necessary at all for the basic speeds I want to run it at. But that could be fun in the future. And this does support 48 volts. 48 volts if I wanted to. I'm just sticking on some heat sinks onto the drivers. Keep them reasonably cool. Oh, we're gonna need some fans on here. Yeah, I run my Speedy Powers hot, so we're definitely gonna need fans. Question for chat. So Big Tree Tech recently released these things. These are the easy drivers where they slot in kind of like a ram stick. And one of their big selling points is that you can't accidentally get it in the wrong direction. But I feel like all of these are labeled very clear, like red and black. Like plug red into red and plug black into black. How many has anyone accidentally plugged those in incorrectly? I'm curious. Because I don't necessarily think that's... You have to try really hard to plug them in wrong. Sure, if you had no idea what you were doing, maybe, but still. Probably not having the color config. Yeah, well, with the color config, I'm guessing all the boards now have that. So I'll be trying out that. I have a M5P that I'm hoping to run with a Trident style printer using CAN bus. That'll be a lot of fun. Testing out CAN. here. Getting there. There's 4 drivers. It's very satisfying to insert those. And then we need 7. You can just put them all in, because why not? Easy is better because the heat sinks. Yes, the heat sinks are definitely a bonus. Definitely a bonus. So it has much better cooling. I'm surprised that there isn't a better heatsink solution for these. Like, is this the best possible solution? Or are there... It'd be cool to have a giant... Kind of like the SKR E3 Mini style, where you just put all your drivers on and you just stick something on. Less accessible, but better for cooling. That... Oh, and also, what do you think? Should I, for my motors, should I power them separately from the motor power plug? So motor power back to my Wagos? Or should I just jumper it from this main power? Or just not and run them off of the stock config? Because some people have said that it would potentially benefit from powering directly from this dedicated motor power plug. Which makes sense because it has a... maybe it's a higher amperage capacity path. I don't know that for sure. I couldn't tell you, but I'm guessing it would because it's designed for running it at higher currents. For now, I'll probably leave it stock, but maybe I'll switch that off. I don't know. You let me know. It takes like 2 seconds to just flip all of these over. For now, just testing, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so there's all of these. This one isn't connected via UART yet, but that's fine. So, those are all the steppers. What's next? I think we're going to go straight into the mains wiring. So let me see what I have over in the bin. Yeah, I have these things. So these are red. Just a bunch of these things, the red ones. I think those are good for all the wires I use. Make sure your positive plugged in right. These are reverse wiring. Yes. Yes. I don't go by like configuration, I go by labeling. So if it's labeled incorrectly, that's a major issue, but I do go by the plus minus. And this had this plugged into my power supply for testing. So that'll be shortened eventually. So let's do this. I think I have an LDO guide open and they should have that wiring. If you're wondering or looking for better wiring documentation, use the LDO guide. It seems nice. So LDO 2.4 wiring guide. So I'm just going to reference this on my side. Ah, yeah, perfect. Oh, that's a different style of connector. Oh, we need the... Yeah, we need a different connector, different inlet. So maybe not. We're using the filtered inlet, which is wired differently. Oh, I need fuses too. I gotta go upstairs and grab some fuses. Yeah, I don't think I have any of those, unless I have some in a bin down here. I gotta find some fuses. I think I said I'll just use some of mine. Ooh, I'll have to run upstairs and grab some from the bin. Or wherever the heck I put them. Oh my god. Where would I put fuses? Ugh. Oh. The hot end and heat bed sources are switched from typical positions. With the power your hot end on after install, it's all the heat bed rising. Oh geez, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah. Let me tilt this a little bit. And the wiring's gonna start to become a pain. I have this. I'm not sure if this is not the stock Wi-Fi antenna. I don't know where that went, but that's from like a Raspberry Pi thing. I might just use that. Somehow connect that to the back. So we have, this is obviously ground. So where are the Wagos connected? Does the LDO guide have a configuration for the Wagos? I'm not sure. Unless there is a better wiring guide using the Wagos. Oh, that's cool. Band splitter. Splicing PCB. Splicing PCB. Huh. That's an interesting print. Yeah, I don't have a configuration for the filtered inlet. So we will quickly figure that out. So for ground, we'll probably put the grounds over on this side, probably, and have this be by our ground bar on the very. You can't really see that, can you? But probably grounds up here, and then neutral and hot. Does it matter? And then I need some type of connector. Right. I don't know if I have a handy, whatever the heck these are called, crimper. I don't usually use one of those very often, but I do have one. So let's get our ground set up. First thing you always want to make sure is that your ground is connected. So I'm just gonna run a short path from here over to here. So roughly that much. One side is just bare wire and the other side is crimped. I also have to find a spot to connect it to the frame. What's the best positioning for that, if there's one? Or, well, no, because this is ACM. What is the best? Technically, I guess the frame of the power supply, so just hooking up to the power supply would be partially sufficient, I'm guessing. The big strippers. This is 14. 16. Yeah, 16 gauge. Okay, 16 gauge needs to be about 11. It's good to me. You can use terminal block with the metal connection to rail. Terminal block. So like on the power supply, electrical always takes so much time if you crimp the harness. It's more day of work. Yeah, it's not quick, and you don't want to make it quick. But I just want to get at least ground hooked up. That's a #1 priority, is having some form of ground. Well, my configuration at the stock, or at the beginning, is not going to be the best. I will eventually have it. I don't know where my big... I have some dedicated crimps, or crimper, for those connections. Floating around. Out of sight, out of mind. All stuff that you typically want to do and prepare before you start streaming. Yes, before you start streaming. Get all your tools set up, make sure all your cameras work. At least I made sure my cameras worked before I hit go. Otherwise, you wouldn't really have a fun time. Basics, what I need. What's in here? No. Dang. Well, I'll find the best tool that I have that has a crimper on it. I think must be these. Rail can be grounded for solid state relay. You mean like one of the screws for this? That's not a tight connection. Oh yeah, that's right. This actually isn't. This isn't bonded to anything. It's just floating. You're right. It's printed. It's a printed part. So, and even this is loose-ish. I wouldn't call that a good connection. But yeah, probably like the connector on this, connecting to the frame, like right there maybe. Otherwise, just like right on the frame. But I wouldn't trust the frame for grounding anyway. Just gonna crimp these. I don't like this crimp type. I feel like it puts extra stress on it. But that works. So just a crimp on here to hold it in place, to crimp it. Then this one gets inserted into the Wagos. So you slide it in, and you flip down that, and it's that simple. I'll plug it in like this. Probably could have made it longer, but whatever. It's tight. There we go. Perfect. So that's our ground. And then... yeah, probably... oh boy. Do we even have anything? Like a ring terminal? That would be nice to use for this. Otherwise, we're not going to really have a great way of grounding everything. Insulated spade connectors. Yeah, I actually do have some. They're the blue ones. For now, this is fine. I'll probably, again, replace the wiring because I didn't really have a ton. Where did I put those? I have like a kit. Yeah, I have a kit floating around. Just blue. Huge kit of blue connectors. Those are probably in one of those bins. Put some heat shrink on it. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think I just put some in, didn't I? Got a thing of heat shrink. But for now, we're gonna just play it in the do what I say, not what I do type of thing, just to get this working. We're gonna need to power or ground the power supply, so let's do that. Bond the power supply. Bonding and grounding are two different things. Such a big board. Wonder if a 120 computer fan would work. A 120 computer fan? Well, it needs to be able to suck air from the bottom. The best method is using the big 60mm fans and then blowing air from the side across. That's going to be the goal because we want to be able to cool the stepper drivers. So I'm guessing there's going to be fans right here blowing across. But I know for a fact these need some type of active cooling, so we'll have to figure out the best method for that. Maybe even put a dedicated fan in here. I'll see what other people do. But for now, we'll put in another wire. And then it's going to be routed kind of like this. Or even down like that, and then straight up to here. Perfect. So something to be grounded at least. And then these I'm just gonna connect in without putting ferrules or different connectors for now. In the future, everything will be properly crimped and connectorized and safety, everything. Yes, that will be a thing, I promise. For this printer, I'll be doing that stuff. Screwdrivers. They fall into the depths. Default ones are too loud. Well, you can adjust the speed of them. Doesn't really matter if they're too loud. Loud's good, it means you can slow them down. We have the technology. Grab my... I have like a void where my desk isn't complete, and I like to drop stuff into the void. Comment down below if you have a void of lost stuff. Lost meaning you can grab it, but you have to like dig to get to it. And at this point, it is not worth it. Oh man. You run yours at 40%? Alright, fair enough. Noctuas? I don't have Noctuas for this build, personally. Oh, you have Noctuas, okay. I mean, you can. For just cooling, Noctuas are great. I actually had those on my original Ender. Because they were quiet-ish. They were still pretty quiet. Alright, whatever, we'll just use this. So ground. Let's get that connected. Never actually screw onto the insulator, always screw onto the metal itself. There we go, that's on there. That's sort of managed. Great, we have something grounded. Softwares are not good for toolhead, exactly, yep. At least the smaller size Noctuas, which is all that really works. All right, these guys right here. What do? What do? What do we do for that? If I have my, oh, my insulated ones are here. Okay, what size is this? They're blue. Or maybe they're just, are they blue? I don't know. What size are these? I have no idea. We'll see if they work for 16. You didn't realize on the right way. What do you mean? On the right way? I think so. I don't think it matters which direction they go in. They all mount fine. So we'll try this. I'll be using some of this silicone wire, 2-part connected. We'll keep it connected just for cleanliness. So I need to pick. Oh, are you talking about the orientation? Yeah, this is the LDO standard. I think the stock has it this way, which is kind of weird because the cables come from the back and go through. So you want all your cables coming in and then splitting to where they need to go. That makes a lot more sense. Otherwise you have like really weird cable routing. We're gonna make a short connection like this. That's too short. It's actually too short. Okay, make it a bit longer. Gonna forward some length. So something like this. We'll start with 2. Makes sense. You're gonna put cable guide. I got this at least to start me off with, and I'll probably get 2 more. Thin rails are convenient. Oh yeah, I know they are. What we use them more in the US? Standards, I guess. You know, once you have a set standard, don't change the standard. So I work for utilities, and that's a big thing is you stick with the standards. It's the reason why it's called a standard. It's standard. It doesn't change. But yeah, there's definitely use cases where you want/need thin rails. They're way too convenient. Way too nice. But we don't like nice things. Let's see if these will work. Use them mainly from watching UK electronic YouTubers. Yeah, electronics? Oh, definitely. It's really nice. So there's the insulated connectors. For ground, it doesn't really matter. But for these, yeah, I'll go with the insulated ones. And I'll have to just say, as a disclaimer, do this all at your own risk. Do all the wiring at your own risk. Make sure you do everything to your local standards and as safe as possible. There's no skimping on safety when it comes to wiring. So if I do something in here that is that could use improvement, please comment down below, call me out, and I will fix it. And a lot of the stuff I'm doing now is just for streaming purposes, and I'll get it more better off stream when I have more time and can sit around. But just for testing, this will be good. Have a good night, Liz. Thanks for stopping by. We're probably going to be going for a little while tonight. I'll try to push plastic. We're close to getting the board powered at least. More connectors. But it's all making connectors. That's what makes this build take so long. It's just connectors, connectors, connectors. So many cables and connectors. So that's why I like having a wiring harness at least. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Does the LDO kit come with like pre-crimped connectors for this stuff, or do you still have to do that on your own? I'm not 100% familiar with an LDO kit, and I haven't really seen people build them. So what in the heck is... None of this is labeled at all. None of it's labeled. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Ugh. I gotta reference a plug. I'm guessing... I don't want to guess. It's all pre-crimped. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. Yeah, just get an LDO kit. Done. You think ferrules are a safer option wiring up? I wouldn't call it safer. Well, yes, it is safer, but I wouldn't call it necessarily a better connection, but it's a more consistent connection. Because when you have stranded cables, the issue is when you stick it into a slot and the strands kind of go everywhere, that's an issue. So if you don't have a good connection, then that's where it becomes an issue. But I feel like having just a stranded connection is sometimes better because it squishes it makes a better connection onto it. But ferrules are better for overall just more consistency. And I could / will do that in the future. I'll probably be using spade connectors for something like these connections. Most of these are going to get spade connections. We're looking for a filtered power inlet wiring. You know, which one is hot, which one is neutral. That's all I need. Do you need the switch wiring diagram? If there is one, yeah. Oh, is it in the manual? Like the main manual? You know, I think it might be. You're right. Let's see. Lower wiring, skirts, preparation LCD. Does it have us do the wiring beforehand? Belt covers. I haven't done those yet. Sent. Okay, I'll just reference that. Thank you. Ah! Perfect. Oh god, which one's brown? I don't know. Page 220. Okay, I'm not familiar with that coloring scheme. What is brown and what is blue? And you said page 210, all the way back up here. Brown is neutral, blue is load. Okay, blue is hot. Which that makes sense to the thing. I don't know. Just trying to look at my power plug. No, that's backward. You sure? You positive? Brown is neutral. So this side will be neutral. And this side is... that. Next page is labeled. Is it? Yeah, it is. Yep. Blue. Nope. You are backwards. So blue is neutral, brown is line. Yep. Don't trust chat for wiring, I guess. And that makes sense for the, I'm looking at the plug. The bigger connection is your neutral. So that is like that. And then that's like that. He flipped it. Use a multimeter. That doesn't quite work though for, I don't know. You have to know which one is which. All right, so that should be right now. So red is on the top, which matches up to red is brown, brown is line. Cool. So then we have our switch. So, geez, messed me up. I wish it was the right color. So line is brown, so brown is on, I don't think it matters for the switch. Oh, it does because it's lit. Well, maybe it matters, whatever, we'll follow the guide. Brown is on this side, this, and like this. Perfect. So that can definitely probably be shorter, but good enough. And then we have this going down to the Wagos. That doesn't have to be that long. In fact, the one I cut is probably sufficient-ish. Maybe I want it a little longer. Okay. Pick up 2 more of these. It's every single one of the crimps. It takes time, right? Because you gotta strip, you gotta crimp. It takes time. So while we have it mostly done, the wiring just takes forever. So if you can get a kit that has all of the wiring like pre-crimped, everything, and just kind of connect it, oh, that would be amazing. Make sure you do have the means to make your own connections and you have some extra wire. Like I don't have any grounding wire. I should probably get like a spool that's specifically that color. But we're just gonna need, actually this needs to be a little longer because of the way it goes. Always twist your connections, they're nice and clean. We get a wiring harness. About halfway getting a CAN bus. Yeah, that's the issue, right? When you're doing anything that's not stock, it's not stock anymore. So, but the main wiring, the main basement, it would be nice to have that all kind of pre-done-ish. At least if you're getting started, you know, if you're doing the stock build first and then upgrading, or if you just don't know what you're doing. That's a better, if you don't know what you're doing for wiring, get something that's pre-done and follow the guide, ask for help. Make sure to join the Voron Discord. Don't just YOLO it, that's not a good idea. The Wagos, I don't think it matters because both things kind of go to both things. So we'll put the, we'll just follow the same orientation as the switch. So we'll do hot in the middle, and then Actually, did I reverse that? No, we'll do ground, neutral in the middle. Yeah, neutral. Black is our neutral in this case, which is also very confusing. Move your solid state relay for now. Yeah, I should probably do that. I can just like, take it out, can I? Good idea. Black is our neutral, and red is our hot. Right? Right? And that plugs in. The alternate way of doing this is if you have just a single non-filtered, non-switched inlet. So it's slightly different in that case. Shove these cables out of the way. Perfect. So that is everything kind of rewired to the Wagos. So now we can make our connections from the Wago out to these random things. Red is dead. I like that. I like it. Yeah, you can use some colored electrical tape as well. But I think typically in like internal wiring, red is the hot connection, I believe. So now we're gonna run some cable to here. I'm just using 16 for everything because why not? That's gonna be like this, one down, down. So something like that. In DC, yes. Right, well, in DC, but AC wiring in DC is, I think it's typically the same. But technically white is neutral. If you're talking about just standard, I don't know. For these things, I really don't know. Consult your local wiring. Just know it works. And don't assume. So for this one, I don't have to do anything. I just, one of these sides gets a little extra long strip. And then I'll do the other two a little shorter. And I can put spade connectors later if I wanted. For now, I'm just going to connect them. So the first test that you do for a build like this is you make sure your power supply works. I could probably make sure that, I think that switch is lit, so I can test it just to make sure that the switch is lit before we go any further. Let's take a plug. Random one. Take it off of this blue dirt. I got one down there. AC typically has red as hot. Secondary cable. Yeah, red. If red's in a circuit, red is typically hot. That's the, I believe that's the differentiation. Red is always going to be your kind of hot connection, I believe. So let's make sure that this random cable is plugged into something and not just free floating. Okay, it's plugged in. So let's do our first plug-in. See if it works. I don't know which way is on, which way is off, so I think that's off. All right, here goes nothing. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so either that switch is not lit or it's not wired up correctly. That's kind of worrying. I can at least check the voltage. I thought it would light up. It looks like it would light up. It might not light up. Circle is off. Ah, there is nothing. There's no labeling at all. It's kind of funny. Multimeter, multimeter. Where art thou? Seriously, where the heck is that thing? I just had it. Power supply. I'm not hooked up to the power supply. I'm just checking the inlet to make sure that that's wired up. So I'm gonna be on AC. Here, so you can see it. I don't need to see it, but you need to see it. So being very careful, but I'm probing the switch. There's like a little bit of exposed metal. So nothing. Nothing? Oh! Who knows the issue? Who knows the issue? I'll let you comment on what the issue is before I could probe. Wow, the Wagos are actually really hard to probe. It's like impossible to probe. Plugged in? Yeah, it's plugged in. Just, yeah. All right, who's the one who gets fuses? Yeah, it's Kit. Yeah, no fuse. No fuse. So let me. It's unplugged. I'm gonna. What size fuse? Let's see. Let's do some math. So we have. Let's aim for 1,000 watts. 1,000 divided by 120. That's 8.3. So probably like an 8 amp fuse. Not enough Taco Bell. Yep, not enough Taco Bell, that's the answer. I go for some Taco Bell. Not tonight though. Amp, not size. Yeah, what? Probably 8. You see that printer before? The yellow one on the floor is still functional. The Kaiwu? Yes. I actually printed off the mounts for the control board on that printer just in PLA for now. But yeah, Kaiwu prints surfaces pretty well, but walls are not the best quality at the moment. I would recommend it if it was on sale for less than $200. Maybe. Ooh. Way destroyed that fuse. Wow. Wow. Dang. How the heck are you supposed to insert fuses into this? It like just crunched the glass. I don't trust this now. How are you supposed to do this? You put the fuse in first? Is that what the issue is? Just slip in. Because there's a little... Paranoid now. Like a little grippy thing on there. But it doesn't just slot in nice and neatly. Those look large. Those are the standard size 5x20s, right? Or not 5x20. Is that the right size? Yeah. Those are 5x20. That's the right size for that, right? 5x20. It's got to be. Those are just standard size fuses, but it doesn't feel right. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, it worked fine for that one. I'm guessing, yeah, it worked fine for that one. Let's not break all the fuses before we actually turn on the printer. So the glass slides into, should slide in. Eek. Just doesn't feel amazing. A little tight. We can wiggle it in. Don't like that. Yeah. Take the angle in. Yeah, it's gotta be. Alright, I'll try it. Either it goes in or doesn't. No, it's gotta be in all the way. Yeah, it's gotta be pressed in all the way. I don't know how deep though. So this one looks like it's inserted correctly according to the thing, but this one's just not. So I'm like wiggling it back and forth to get it more in. And they're not the same. They have to connect into the back, so they have to be the same length. It's just a really tight connection. Very tight. This is the proper quality inlet too, at least it should be. Stuck. This is the type of stuff that it makes the printer go for a ridiculously long time. You get like a glass shard. Look at that. I've just never seen the dual arrangement like this. We'll just go for it and see. yeah, it's not snapping in the back because they're not straight. This one should be plugged in all the way. They should both be plugged in. There's a little bit of persuasion off screen. Okay, that worked. I just went like this, and it went perfectly in. So we'll see if that works. Just didn't want to crack the glass because I literally just did like 5 seconds ago. All right, perfect. That goes in, plugs in good. So yeah, they're a bit tight. They're a bit tight. So we try this again. So I think down is off. And let's go for it. Hey, we got light. It lights up. So on, off, good. Well, on. And to prove that it has voltage, oh geez. Well then. Do I have that right? Oh, the Wagos. I can't really probe the Wagos though. I gotta like get in there. I can't really probe the Wagos. I could just like, I could Wago this thing. Whatever. That and that. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. Maybe it's, let's make it a connection, but yeah, we got voltage. 125, oh boy. We got some big power right now. Dang. Big power. So this is gonna be one very efficient printer. All right. Now we get to start doing some fun stuff. So it's nice that it's on, or the light comes on when it's plugged in. I like that quite a bit. All the hamsters are running at full capacity. Yep, pretty much. So I have this right here. We are going to Wago in these connections. Printer is unplugged to make electrical connections and switched off for double redundancy. Oh, wow. That's a bit unfortunate. I didn't take out the best wires. I got wires. These are definitely wires. It's definitely music that we're listening to. Let's try that again. There we go, much better. going to keep these connected just to simplify things. But then we're going to connect the black up here. And the red down here. It's not impossible to access. It's actually not bad at all. Good. And then we said neutral was black. There it is. Neutral is black. That line is red. If you have any questions about any of the wiring, please speak up. If you have any concerns, please speak up. Now is your chance. But that looks pretty good. And now we can test and see if this thing lights up. And then check the voltage of it, which is pretty important. All right. We got green light. Green is good. Green is great, actually. And then I can also do a continuity check for the grounding. So first we will do a voltage check. Check, check, check. So minus and plus, I just probably pick the middle ports. 24.18, perfectly fine. Doesn't have to be perfect. Smoke test. Yep, no smoke. We've successfully contained all the smoke. And then we're going to do a continuity check for the grounding. Sorry, for the bonding. So we have ground here, and it's connected to the chassis here. Perfect. So that's at least correctly bonded. So we're good in terms of wiring. So next we need to go. I think that light's still on. Yeah, this thing's gonna hold a lot of capacitance. Be very careful when you plug one of these in without any load connected to it. It takes a while to discharge because there's nothing connected. Some power supplies will have a resistor on the output to kind of give it a little bit of a load, and you can do that. But just be careful. Yeah, next is going to be the power for the board. I already have some cables hooked up, and I've already actually installed the Klippery stuff. So not the Klipper stuff, but at least the backbone. So that's going to come in like this, and then go into here. So let's cut it like that. I'm not hooking up the 5-volt power supply today. It's not necessary for what I'm doing right now. It's more of a in the future if I decide to kind of thing. You can tell that I do electrical work because I just throw all my stuff right into the floor without a care in the world. So the 5-volt power supply will be for lights, I guess. Lighting. If I don't do 24-volt lights. So I don't know. I might remove it and use it in another printer. It's a possibility. So connecting it, making sure not to screw onto the insulation. And I'm trying to keep these wires connected. We're going to go bottom first. So bottom up. Keep them connected so they can be run cleaner. If you don't have connected wires, that's perfectly fine. Just remember which ones go to where. Perfect. So now we're about to do our... Well, I guess that's all the wiring we need for today. Right? The big wire. Powering the board. We do need to connect bed power though. So for bed power, do you want to see me run another cable from here or just jumper it? I'm probably going to jumper it. Just like a little jumper cable. Perfect, I already have one cut. Terminal ends. Yeah, if you're talking about crimping on connectors, I will be doing that later. We're just kind of testing to make sure stuff works now. Because that's the most important thing, is just making sure everything works, getting configured, etc. And then go back and do a bunch of crimps. And there's no cable management either. Like, I don't have any of those cable organizers in. That's more of a later thing. Then maybe I can do one final stream later on where I do a test print and we can have like a print and chill. Do you even have to run bed power? Yes, you need to have bed power to power the bed out, which is 24 volts for the relay. Otherwise, there's no power for the relay. It's kind of stupid, but that is how it works. So what I usually do for these boards is I jumper. Since these can take 2 cables, I jumper right down with a short cable. And of course, be careful for the polarities. Don't just do 1-to-1. Read your polarities because they're backwards for some reason. So kind of like this, and then I'm just going to jump her down. So ground's on the top. Down. Minus. I always want to call negative DC ground. I always do. It's not. It's not at all. It's not ground. Okay, like that. So, nice and simple. Connecting the solid state relay to the TH output. TH? Am I? Thermistor output? Really? I always just use the bed power. Heater for hot end. What? Check default Voron wiring. All right, let's see. Okay, we don't have to jumper the motor power. I don't think we do. You don't have to jumper them. Ouch, Ginger. God. She's like just throwing herself at me. All right, Ginger wants to say hi. You got a different board, but your bed input is wired. You said makes more sense. So yeah, I'm running the solid state relay from the bed out. It's way overkill and not needed. You can use a heater out if you want to, but that's just what I'm gonna do for now. It doesn't make sense not to use it, I guess. I mean, I could use that for my hot end if I really wanted to, but we'll just have it powered. Yeah, it does use, it does say to use HE. We can do that, that's fine. Yep, it does say it. So we're gonna use the main hot end wiring and then secondary hot end for our relay. Oh, we have to power the relay too, don't we? Yes, we will eventually have to do that. So let's do that now. Or, well, not right now. We're not powering the bed. We're just not going to do that. We need the thermistor plugged in, though. So, I'm assuming this is going to work. Let me just power it on real quick and make sure it lights up and then turn it right off. I don't like doing that because it has a pi on it, but Yeah, we got lights. Perfect. Perfect. So let's start connecting stuff. Do you want to do that? We're going to do the bare essentials. So the heater. And we're going to, you know, manage the cables a bit better later. But we need the heater, wiring, 24 volts. Let me undo this tape. So this wiring connector thing from the harness from West 3D has pre-crimped ground and 24 volt connections. And this hooks up right up to your power supply. And that's what's providing power to your entire tool head board. So let's do that now. So this is the connector that you want to have. These are spade connectors. That's the best connection for these types of terminals. Put that right in the middle. So ground, ground actually. We should have a third one then, unless ground, ground. I'm guessing that's just negative V minus. Yeah. Right? It's got to be. Earth. There's a difference between earth and ground, and it's very confusing. Terminology is confusing, but yeah, we're going to do that. So ground to the V minus. We have some heater connectors. Just the positive, I guess. So what does that get connected to? Do we not need... This is HE0. HE0. So are we already sending 24 volts to it? Yeah, we are. We're sending 24 volts to it, so we'll have to find the pin that's HE0 on the octopus. So for reference, all the transistors switch on the negative, or on the negative. So you're powering something and then you're switching it from ground. So yeah, so it should be the second one. I'm just verifying it on the pinout, which you always should do anyway. Yeah, so the first pin is BBB, and then the second one is our EE3. That is the nice thing about these tool-head PCBs, is that you have one line, one connection for 24 volt, and that's it. Everything else is shared on it, so you're reducing the number of wires you need really nicely. That's on there. Good. All right, next, just grabbing a cable. I'm not going to hook up like probe or any of the stuff I don't need. Nothing I don't need. So it looks like we have part cooling fan, heater fan. What is this one? This one has some extra. EM. Ah, extruder motor. So this one has stuff not connected because you might have different different configs. Well, that's unfortunate. Are we really going to have to guess and check on these? There's just the port wires CAN bus, yeah, obviously. I guess we don't need an extruder motor plugged in right now. We're just getting the bare minimum. So I'm looking for 5 volts. What is that for? Oh, our LED. We're not gonna plug that in yet. Nothing, so. Motor, FS filament sensor, we don't need that yet. Aux, I don't think we have anything plugged into aux. TH0, that is very important. We're definitely gonna need a TH0. So plug that in. Okay. Otherwise, Klipper won't work. ABL, I'm not gonna use that. X. Oh, our X motor, we can plug that in. No, that's our X end stop. X end stop. So I'm guessing that's the first plug. And then part cooling fan, don't need. Well, we can plug that in. Part cooling is fan 0. It only has 1 wire on it because we're already powering it with 24 volts. Then we have our, I'm guessing, hot end fan, which is the next one, HE1, or sorry, fan 1. Is that it? Is that really it? I guess so. I have an extra thermistor. It's super long. We'll have to cut this one. Which one had the loose cables? The extruder motor. Just find pairs. Yeah, we can figure that out later. So this is thermistor TH1. This is our chamber thermistor. I have this plugged in on the cable chain. Our AB motors, I don't know which one's which. So there's a left and right side. Which one is AB for this printer? Because I do know which one's which. Does it say in the assembly guide at all? Which one I'll plug in? No, just lots of clips. Lots of panel clips. Y motor should be A. Okay. Well, which one is A and which one is B? Like physically, which one is A and which one is B? I don't know. I could try to find out on here. Let's see. A lot of page. We went through a lot of stuff. Jeez. I'm gonna go all the way back to the gantry and see which side is A and which side is B. B is right, A is left. Okay, so A is left, so A is our short connection. Okay. A is our short connection, and you said Y motor should be A. So A is left, A is our short connection, and Y is A. So we're going to go X, X, Y. I think. It's X, Y, extruder, and then Z, 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 Z. And don't mind the wiring, we're going to fix it up later. So we'll start with this. And then we have our motors. I'm just, oh man, these are gonna have to, sorry, it's vice versa. So the opposite one, okay. It doesn't really matter that much because we're gonna, you know, go through the standard config and make sure it spins correctly. But opposite. Sure. It doesn't really matter. Either it moves or it doesn't move. Okay, and then the Z motors, those must matter because of quad gantry leveling. So we have to make sure those are right. So how are those done? Oh geez, this has got to be in the wiring guide. Has to be. So UART mode, yep. Fan voltage selection, those should all be 24 volts. No, those are set at 5, and then, yeah, those are set at 24 that we need. See, it's gonna be in the guide. Yeah, it has it. Yeah, alright. So, front. Alright, front, back. So front from the bottom, so this is Z0, this one. The one on the front left. Front left is Z0. That gets plugged in, oh, it comes plugged in here apparently, okay. So it's Z, 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 and then extruder at the end. Motor 1, motor. Oh, no, it's X, Y, Z, E. Motor 2, oh no, those are the same. Is the extruder at the end? Might be. Goes in clockwise direction from the front left motor. Okay, this is the front left motor, and it goes clockwise. Clockwise? From the top, it goes clockwise. From the bottom, it goes counterclockwise. That's very confusing. But the back on the same side is the one, which I don't have plugged in. Here, I don't love how that's right next to the power inlet, but it is what it is. I've seen worse. Okay. All temporary. We're gonna skip one because those two are in parallel. And then this one gets connected next. It's important to get these right because of quad gantry leveling. And I guess it makes sense to have the AV set up right too for the config. But this is more important because of the leveling. Otherwise, I've been guessing and checking. All right, and we're gonna ignore our extruder for now because I don't know the wiring. We're just trying to get it moving. We want something to happen. Get sharpening right on the motors now. I'm not gonna do that. I can figure it out. We're fine. Okay, is there anything else? Here's our Y and stop. Y and stop? Why does the X end stop have 3 wires and the Y end stop only has 1? Is that supposed to be like that? Oh, yeah, it is because it's a PCB. Interesting. Is it supposed to be like that? I guess so. I'm not going to question it. So why is there a 3rd pin on the X? Is something energized? Is there a light? Is there a light or something? Weird. You step above the end so it's easy to change config. Fair enough. Alright, anything else that we're missing? We're looking for movement. We're not looking for necessarily heating, but we have our thermistors plugged in. We don't have our bed thermistor plugged in. Oh, really? Oh, I thought it was done. More crimping. Just one more. It's at least already stripped. VCC ground. Yeah, what do you need voltage for? Is there a light on that little board? I guess maybe for like the Hall effect sensor one. or something maybe. So the version I'm using is just the PCB board, just kind of bare bones. So I don't think it needs power. But we're sending anyway. Just confused me. But that's you see how quick it took to wire up the entire tool head? Yeah, that was nice. Very nice. Not having to fiddle with some type of check sheet to figure out which cable's which or labeling anything. Which PCB you're using? So for the end stop PCB, do I have one next to me? I'm using this right here. I don't know which one this is, but there's literally nothing B-in. Yeah, B-in is literally not connected. It's not needed. I'm assuming for the Hall effect board that maybe that has it needs power. So it's nice that it's at least a standard. Yeah, it's just not going to do anything. It's run in case we need it, but it's not doing anything. Okay, so we have this. I'm going to plug this in. Doesn't matter for thermistors, orientation. So I'm just using the Big Tree Tech pins. This is for a bed heater. Klipper will not work if you don't have your bed heater and main hot end heater on plugged in. So here we go. Is there anything else that we're missing that's going to prevent us from moving it? I don't think so. We still got to set up clicky. We still got some other stuff to plug in, but this is bare bones, minimal wiring. So let's tilt it like this. Just to work like that, right? I don't see why not. You print sideways. You want to test it? Print sideways. SD card. So you already have. I already have the OS installed and working. We don't need an SD card because it's all being run off of the Pi. So here goes nothing. We're checking for flames on the tool head. Let me know if you see anything. In fact, I should probably open up that door. Just because. I don't know why, but just because. It might already be open. And something interesting that I've heard is apparently my motion system is smoother than other people's motion systems in terms of the effort I have to use to move it, which is not a ton, but the belts are a little bit rigid. Not loose, but they're not, they probably could go a little tighter. This is not the right orientation, but no fire. We're good. So smoke is contained for now. It's good. Smoke's contained. .9 degree LDO AB motors. What is? I'm not using those. I'm using the high temp 1.8 degree motors, which I'm assuming they are. Yeah, those are the speedy powers. Yeah, the speedy power 1.8 degrees. Those are probably the best for your AB, besides the super powers. Yeah, I don't want. I've haven't heard anything good things about 0.9s, and we don't need them for these printers. Not necessary. let me do this. Let me set up a quick scene where I'm screen capping. Let's just copy this one. Okay. And I'm going to add a window capture. No, I want screen capture. Display capture. Display capture. Perfect. Looks good to me. So we need to... I don't know where this pie is located. There we go. Let's see. Where art thou located? Oh, actually, I don't have the antenna on there. Can I plug on the antenna after the fact? I probably can. Probably shouldn't. Let's power it off and then plug on the antenna. I don't know if it'll actually work without an antenna. And I got this beefy one. So try that again. I'm just gonna go onto my router and take a look at my leases. I don't even know, what is this called? What did I name this? I have no idea. What is this? We will wait and find out. How's everyone enjoying the wiring? I think it's going pretty smooth, assuming that I get Klipper working. I can plug in my display too. So I have this, I was using this for a camera. But I have this Big Tree Tech HDMI 7 that I've been using. I'm considering mounting it to this. I'm also considering that it's big. I don't know yet. I might want something smaller. But, oh, I can't. Yeah, I just borked my... So one of the plugs I ordered will be used for this board, and then one of them will be used for my camera. Right now I'm using Canon's USB camera connect running at 720p. So if this looks decent, this is just over USB at 720p. So I can go up to 4K with this camera. But I'm just happy that focusing works. That's super nice. So I can, you know, again, hold something to the camera, have it focus on, and then take it away. That's incredible coming from a webcam. Let's see if we got anything. I know that it boots. I took a picture earlier of it. What did it say? How far did I get? And if anyone has a specific config I should be using for Klipper, can you send that to me? Otherwise, I'm gonna use the stock config. Okay, Klipper has encountered an error. Okay, perfect. So we have it all the way up to Klipper encountering an error with this. But I don't know if it's connected to Wi-Fi yet. I don't know if I tested that. What would it be called? Just try a random IP. If you have a web browser, you don't need no IP. That's true. Is there like, well, I have like 1,000. Is there a specific one for the Big Tree Tech accessing it? That one. I don't see it. I also don't know what the host name is. I don't see it. I have plugged into this Raspberry Pi antenna at the moment. Oh, I configured the Wi-Fi. I should have like logged into it and made sure it worked before going at it. I can also try Ethernet, maybe. I plug it in, but again, I don't have the connector for it. Although, if I have a second, does the board come with the connector for HDMI? Like, what came with the connector? Do I have a second connector? Hold on. Do I have one in the other bin? Possible that I might. Oh hey, it's one of those adapters I need for Volcano. For the Rapido. Perfect. Not what I need though. Man. That is, but no connector. Okay. So I might just need to find a way to run an HDMI cable then. I'm guessing it works with HDMI. No, sorry, that's HDMI Ethernet. Guessing it works with an Ethernet cable. I'm also not sure if the CM1 works with an Ethernet cable. I'm on the latest build, but they've had issues with their internet. This is probably just on my end, but I also don't know for sure. I can find a cable long enough. It might already be plugged into the hub. Well, more digging. One of these is connected. Jeez, which one is it? Jeez, hopefully it wasn't my Wi-Fi. Are we still streaming? Are we live? Can you guys hear me? I unplugged something. Help! That's fine. This ridiculously long HDMI. Sorry, I keep saying HDMI. Ethernet cable. Let's take a look at that. There we go. Perfect. Now let's carefully connect this to our thing without unplugging anything. We do that, then we'll lose the stream. Let's not lose the stream, please. Okay. We're green. Good. Okay, so I have HDMI, or Ethernet. Ethernet, different protocol. I don't know if I can just plug it in and it'll work, or if I have to reboot it for it to work. But this is more of a troubleshooting step. I want to use Wi-Fi. I can use Ethernet, but I want to use Wi-Fi. Let's see if something shows up. Yep, it shows right up. BTT CM1. Okay. Perfect. There we are. This and increase the size of it. Actually, this needs to be like way, whoops, a way different size. Whoops. You'll be able to see it. Good enough. Where's my face? Hey, there we go. Let's put this down here. How's that look? Good? Yay! Alright. Now we got nothing. So what are we doing for a config? Oh! We haven't flashed the board yet. We haven't flashed the board. The board doesn't have Klipper. Interesting. Alright, let's see. VTTM8P manual. Fabrico has a manual. Do they? GitHub for the M8P. What's manual? Interesting. An SSH. Yeah, I can get that set up. So what was this? So it's 160. Let me add a new site. 160. Port. Oops. Port 22. Username BQ. Password BQ. Totally gonna change that after this stream. Totally gonna. And for now, we're just gonna go with the stock config. So we're SSH'd in. We'll find Manuel. Open up Manuel. All right, let's see. Menu. Figure Klipper. We need to flash the board. File firmware. Here we go. Putty. BQ. All right, let's see. So we're gonna do CD. Oh, I like it better when I can type stuff or copy paste stuff. CD, squiggly, Klipper, then make, menu config, cool. All right, we want STM32, Geo, okay, that's right. Bootloader. offset 8 kilobyte, kilobyte, PA 1112. Okay, that looks good. So Q to exit, yes to save, and then we're gonna do make. I think we're gonna update it using DFU mode, is that right? Pretty sure? Oh, I can copy paste from here. Wow, that's a lot of, doing a lot of stuff here. So we're gonna use ls, this thing. Wow, that's taking a long time. That's how you did it? Yeah. I'm not gonna bother with an SD card if I don't have to. Let's find an SD card first. That's not in use. Alright, now we're good. Now we can do that. There is our ID. Perfect. And then do this. Copy this. And paste that. I think that's... Wait, oh, that's not right. I gotta do the flat, make flash. Device, I should just put some notepad. Device equals, and then gibberish. All right, I think this is good. Make flash, flash device equals, space, slash dev, and then we have the serial ID. Please specify flash device. Dev serial ID. Hands down, best part of using Klipper, flashing the firmware and get it dumped to the buy. You think so? Please specify flash device. It doesn't like it? Did you do something wrong? What's wrong with that? Looks right. Oh, do we not have it in... Device is already in bootloader mode, it can flash. Oh, you love so much, spent 3 hours at the step today. I mean, I can do it manually, but it isn't like something. It doesn't like something. Do we not get the ID right? It looks right. Make flash, flash device equals, and then there is a space. There's supposed to be a space. I don't know for sure. Let me try it without the space. That worked. Okay. There's the space between the equals and then the... Yeah, okay. Then it says file download successfully, error during get status, failed to flash. DFU. If device is already in bootloader mode. Oh, there will be an error. DFU error during get status. I think we're good. I think we're good. So then I can now do the same LS serial ID, and now it says Klipper. So we did it successfully. We successfully flashed Klipper onto the board. So that is what it was before, and this is what it is after. It is different. It's different. And different is good. So Klipper is on the firmware is Klipperized. So I have to take that value, well, hypothetically, and then go into here. And just for the heck of it, let's go into printer.config, and, well, that's not going to do anything, is it? We need our config. So Klipper config. Configuration reference. No, I want installation, and then config directory. We're just getting the bare minimum setup now. So SKR. This is the Manta. We're going to do the V1 board. And I'm going to copy all of this and then just paste it in. We can do something more fancy later. What is this? Generic feature tech xxx.config. I don't know what that is. But is that... Oh, that's this... Okay, interesting. So we're not going to include that. We're just going to have this as our main printer.config file. Like that. And then go back into our terminal. It's feeling real. And we're like almost to getting temperature readings. Copy that, which is right here. Replace the MCU serial address. Printer is not Cartesian. Wow, is that really? I guess that's just the default for this. Now we gotta find... Is there a Voron 2 config? I don't know. There's gotta be, right? Is there no like Voron 2 config file? I've never actually noticed. Interesting. So we have example core XY. For octopus. Okay. I thought Voron had its own config stuff, but I didn't really look very hard. But that's all we need is kinematics core XY. I don't know if we need anything else right now, so we'll YOLO. And then we want to make sure the pins are correct too. Well, we'll see what happens. So I need the Voron link. Alright, thank you. So what's gonna happen? This is all invalid. Oh, jeez. Freaking big tree tech in there. Clipper. Update to Manta. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. Octopus, Voron 2, Octopus config. Let's just use this instead then. Does that include mainsail? Probably not. Okay. Wow, that's a lot. Okay. So let's do that, and then replace everything in our printer.config. Roll. Roll. Well, we don't want to do that, do we? We don't want to do that at all. This is the M8P. Yeah, we'll start. This is the M8P config, so we'll start with this, because this should be correct. Yeah, we'll keep this in. We'll have to configure the motors and stuff, but I don't care about that. I just want to get temperature readouts. So, what is it not like? Include maintail.config, and we have our serial correct. Let me actually man. Let's save and restart. Let's see if I can restart. Firmware restart. What are we missing here? Moonraker has all its stuff. What are we missing? I believe all we should need is the basics. So I won't turn on that one of the thermistors is not plugged in or working, right? What is the stock thermistor? Alright, we have Knovo, so the generic 3950 is right. Generic 3950, and then what about the sensor? I think that's right. I'm NTK. I'm using I'm guessing it's a non-PT Rapido. It doesn't actually say on the box, which is very surprising. I don't know why it wouldn't say what it is in the box, but it doesn't say if it's what it is. That should be connected. And is connected down to TH0. What are we missing? None of these are severely out of date, so we're not going to touch that for now. Start Klipper for MCU. Oh, I don't want to do that, do I? Want to restart it? Reboot the whole system. Otherwise than that, I should probably flip it on its other side. Let's just flip it over. Just so I can access the tool head. So what kind of stuff would prevent it from showing that it's on? I do have the thermistor plugged in. I will note that I am salvaging this board from another build I did, and it was working fine for that. So it was like tested that it was working, but I've also used it before. So I want to put that disclaimer out there. But thermistor seems to be plugged in. Yeah, TH0, that is plugged in. The heater is plugged in, but that shouldn't matter. Something is not correct. Okay. What do you guys think? Why would it not power on? How would it not power on? Extruder motor's not plugged in. I don't think it has. Does the extruder motor have to be plugged in? Like, do we need an extruder motor plugged in for it to work? Is that the issue? You don't think so? I don't think so either, because it's not powered by default, so it shouldn't matter. And yeah, it's giving me the trying to connect. So this is where we're at right here. And let me re-SSH in here. Restart session. So I have this as my serial. It is showing up. I just restarted it. I'm gonna go to my printer.config. That is here. I will repaste it. Same thing. So that's on there. I've included mainsail.config. This is the stock M8P config. Only thing I've changed is the Core XY kinematics. The serial looks funny. Do you think it looks funny? It does look a little weird, doesn't it? It does. You're right. So what happened here? Oh, it needs to be /de. Oh, we just missed this. Gotcha. Aha. We did it, chat. We have a working config. Awesome. Good job, guys. That was pretty quick. Quick for troubleshooting. Not bad. The temperatures look reasonable. Motors work right. Cool. Cool. Well, let's tip it up. We have a few things to do. So, yeah, we have a few things to do. Many things to do. Many things to do. Okay. So number one is checking our end stops. We're going to do this my way. My way or the highway. So the first thing we do is go to machine and get our end stops. Okay. We're going to manually trigger X. X works. Manually trigger Y. Y works. Then manually trigger Z. Z does not work. Then it plugs Z in. Okay. Z does not work. Yay. Oh, is it plugged in? It looks good on that side. Oh god, so rubbery. Z not that was the first thing I plugged in. Hey, Z is not. Something is not hooked up correctly. Okay, let's see. Why is the Z end stop not working? What Z probe is it? We're just using a sex bolt right now, and I can feel it clicking. Let's check our printer.config. End stop pin PF5. That sounds correct. I'm not using clicky yet. No, we don't have to use clicky. In fact, I'm just going to dock it. Because we don't have to use clicky yet. It's not... That's just our... That's our bed mesh probe. So I don't have any of the clicky stuff set up. So we're just going to home with the Z. Hardware, pinouts. So we're here, should be PF5. And we're plugged into these two, PF5 and ground, so not the 5 volts. Interesting. What could that be? Maybe it needs no, I don't. That would just invert it. Like, it would always be on. So it's triggered, and it's always triggered. Yeah, that doesn't... Something ain't right. Could be my wiring, too. Could definitely be the wiring. Let's see. Try again. Open. Open. Heavy, heavy. Okay. Don't scratch it. Looks correct. So let's just do a sanity check and let's bridge, very carefully bridge the connection on here. Very carefully, I said. Still triggered. That's why I did not reset config. It's triggered. Triggered. Should not need to pull up. You don't think so? Okay, plug it in. So if I take it out, it says triggered. And if I plug it in, it says on. So you're saying remove the pull-up? Really? We try it. So open. Oh, yeah, just always open. Huh. Triggered versus inverted is right. How is that clicky? So it's not changing at all when I manually press it. That's the issue. I can feel it click, so I know it's doing something. Change pins? Yeah, I can. So I can use PC0. PC0. Let's try that. So pull up. And then PC0. Oh, I don't like that. Caps. Ah! PC0. Stop over to one of the other stops. Yeah, we could try that. Open. and open. So I'm gonna unplug that and then use the use the X and stop, or the Y and stop. Open. Y is now triggered because I unplugged it. But let's. We're trying the Z, so we'll see if this. No, Y is now triggered. Why is Y triggered? Oh yeah, okay. Y isn't plugged in. Right. So let's test Y, and it should trigger Z. It does. Okay, so that works. What else is there really to test? I don't know. I do have another one for some reason. Could be the wire. Like, could be a lot of things. The switch of the wire. Yeah, I think that's the conclusion, huh? Either the switch or the wire. Probably the wire, if I had to guess. I did make the connection, so just trying it with another sex bolt. And what I have it on this one right now. Let's see. So open and triggered. Okay. It's the sex bolt. So what I did is I had to increase the distance. I had to increase how high it is. But it's still like clicking, which is strange. Very strange. I don't understand why that wouldn't work. Like, I can hear it clicking. Huh. So yeah, it's something to do with the actual unit. I don't feel like messing with that right now, so let's just test the XY. Well, I'll take that off in a bit and troubleshoot that separately. But at least I know that this one works. The issue is that the bed is, I think, thicker than expected, so I had to raise it up versus the stock config. Which I can probably lower it. If the nozzle... Yeah, I could probably lower it. Well, what's next? Stepper buzz, you want to do that? I've actually never really done that. Let's see. Configuration checks, temperature, heater, unstop, stepper motors. Alright. Stepper buzz X. Well, let's see what happens. Stepper buzz X. Go. Unknown command, stepper equals... Oh. Did I not do stepper buzz? Ah. Okay, copy the whole thing, that works. Okay, ready? Oh, it's moving diagonally. So it goes in that direction and in that direction. Let's see. No, it goes this way first. So it comes this way. I don't know which way it's supposed to go. Oh, actually, is it? Is that supposed to go that way? Yeah, we're just testing the X motor, so one motor is going to make it turn diagonally. Okay, then we'll try Y. Check this, you have diagram. I do. So then Y does work and it moves that way. So let's check the, I don't know which guide. Which guide? 2.4 guide, maybe? No. I don't see anything in there for that. Do I? Let's see, do I? The Voron dock is really helpful. Yeah, I'll go back to the Voron dock. Not seeing anything. Okay. I don't see anything specific on which direction it's supposed to go. It's going in the plus, which is correct. Well, I've been moving in the, might have moving in negative direction first. All right, let's see. So it should be moving towards the front first. Oh, it's going plus first. So plus is back. So mine's moving. Which way is plus and minus? I don't know which way is plus and minus. Back be plus. So the Y moves forward and then back. Like to the front and then to the back. So is that reversed? I mean, I could just try to home it. It's likely backwards. All right, I'll change it. This is set up for Cartesian. In fact, let me check the other reference for the Voron 2, the V2. It has direction inverted for X and direction inverted for Y. So the X moves back first, which you said is good. That's actually useful. Okay, I never used that. It's actually kind of useful. Yeah, and then Y goes back first now. Cool. So you want to try homing next in the Y? Z is not gonna, we're not gonna home Z. We're not gonna home Z. In fact, I don't have any of the motors connected. So let's home. Yeah, let's home X. That's not correct. Not correct at all. Not correct. So are the motors backward then? Are the motors backward? I'm guessing the motors are inverted what they are supposed to be. I mean, it went in the Y direction, so. Oh, end stop location? Well, it would never move forward for the X travel anyway. So it's definitely backward. So what's better, adjusting the printer config or swapping over the motors? I'll swap the motors. So shutting this down. Giving it a second. I'll swap the motors. I don't know when it's actually off. But powered off, and then swap the motors. I want to stick with the stock config as best as possible. Okay, powered on. Wait a second. That's the issue with having the Pi on the board, is that you have to turn off the whole entire thing. It's so stupid. I don't like it. I wish there was some way of powering just that, but I don't think that's feasible. Luckily, it just boots up pretty quick. Not an issue. And while that's going, I can remove the Angry Boy and see what's up with the the ZN stop. Maybe I'll just throw in the other one. Really in there. Oh, it's just press fit in pretty well. So yeah, for now let's just swap it out because I have that privilege. But it's making the clicky sound, so it's confusing. Oh, is that? I mean, it should be set up like pretty good from the factory. Yeah, it should be fine. I'm guessing that'll be fine. I just don't want to crash the tool head. I feel like it should go up a little bit more than that. Just like a little bit. So let's move it up a little bit. I don't want no chances of crashing. Easier to do this now before I screw it in. In case you didn't know which direction goes up, there's a nice friendly instruction on here which way to point it. Very nice. There we go, finally loaded as well. Alright, so we'll do the same thing. We'll do stepper buzz. X goes front to back. So that's being inverted. Then Y goes front to back, so they both have to be inverted, which I think matches up with the other config I had. So invert the X, not invert the Y. Let's see. No, they both have the directions inverted, so let's see. Try again. Y moves back. Probably check and see where the end stops are too. I do have to set that because it was trying to home towards the front. We need to have it home towards the back. So what is my end stop position for a 300 printer? Screw so much. Have the right size anything for this on me? I probably do. Okay. Now we can try homing. Do you want to try homing? Who in chat wants this printer to home? I sure as heck do. I sure do. And just the XY. So off camera, I'm raising up the sex bolt end stop just a bit because I have a slightly thicker bed, I think. I want no crashes. That went the other direction? Oh, the switch isn't in. Looks good, slightly below the bed. Probably go a little more. Want a home? I don't know. I'm not feeling it from chat. I don't think chat really wants me to home it. No one wants to see the first successful home. No one wants to see that. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right. We'll start right in the middle. Homing X. No. Still went towards the front. We didn't adjust our printer config. Homing max. Position end stop. Wow, it's all wrong. Backwards. Yes, it is. Even after we swapped the motors. We swapped the motors and we swapped the directions for everything. So let's invert everything. I don't know. That's weird. It's weird. Also, our position end stop. Well, let's put it at 300 for now. And then position max 300. I don't know what it's supposed to be. We just need a position min equals, I'll just do 0 for now. Home Y. I'll change the config, but we could try homing Y. What'd I do? I forgot what I changed. Homing. Excuse me. Restart, please. If only I had a screen like right here, that'd be so useful. Like a screen right here. All right, homing Y. No. So homing Y went in the opposite direction. It's like all backward. So it probably was right the first time? I know, that was a joke. It was Y right the first time? It was like, or was my motor config the correct direction? So home Y and it wanted to go in the opposite. Didn't that just home X? That was Y and it did the opposite. So it should home here and then here. So what I typically like to do is, let's just change the homing speed to like 20. Let's slow it right down. I just like messing around with the directions. Motor's inverted. Reverse on stepper X. But I just reverse. Let's try X. X is wrong, so they both need to be inverted. Star Wars night. Is everyone streaming Star Wars? That's fun. Alright, let's try this again. Homing X. No. That does... That's wrong. That shouldn't go diagonal. Why did that go diagonally? What's going on here? Oh, something is wrong. Is one of the motors locked? What is going on here? Something is off. That motor isn't spinning. Yeah, I turned off the motors. It's like it's locked. Do a firmware restart. Interesting. Oh. Oh, Oh. Oh. I flipped the enable pin instead of the direction pin. That's my bad. So it turns out when you invert the enable pin, it locks one of the motors. So maybe that was my issue? Okay, hold on. I don't know where I'm at. Let's see. Try X. X is correct. Hey, that was an X home. And Y? Y is incorrect. So the Y motor is incorrect. That does not mean the stepper is incorrect, though. So what do? Just the Y direction is incorrect. Just the Y direction is incorrect. Invert Y direction. What's the Y motor? I'm guessing I had to invert both of them? Maybe? I don't know. We'll see. So, homing X. Yeah, that's wrong. So, I just inverted the Y. Let's invert the X as well. That means the X is not inverted and Y is. Alright, let's try it. X. X is wrong. Oh, did I do the wrong thing again? Yeah, I did the enable pin instead of the direction pin. Oops. I've never really done that. That's weird. Alright, let's see where I'm at. X. Alright, X is incorrect, so let's invert the X properly. So, as the stock config seems, the X and Y are correct, or both inverted. No, that's wrong. So the X is going the wrong direction now. So I have to flip back around the motors? Let's undo the Y. Try that. So X is inverted, Y is not inverted. No. Okay, now neither are inverted. This is honestly probably faster. Okay, X. Neither are inverted. X. Y. No. Y goes forward. Huh. Interesting. And I have both homing a position and stuff are both 300, so it should home towards the back. Yeah, they should both home towards the back. So do I have to flip around the motors at this point? Remember, we believed that the motors were correct first, then we swapped them. You can try just the X inverted. The driver's assault. Okay, all right, that's what I figured. So we had him correct first time, and we have to flip him back around and then mess around with it. Because I don't think there's a way that we can get it to work. Stop, do not change the config. Okay. Okay. Fun. Well, in the meantime, I can get the X bolt installed. The other one. Because for whatever reason, the other one just didn't seem to want to work. So yeah, apparently it does matter which one is connected to what. I've just gotten very lucky. Interesting. The start guide on the Voron docs website. I didn't. Maybe it's specifically for the 2.4, but I didn't see that. Oh, the Voron docs. Oh, that's the Klipper. That's the Klipper docs. Okay. I don't think I've been on the Voron docs. VoronDesign.com. Printers. Voron 2. Manual. Is it the manual? No, it's not the manual. Figure CAD STLs. Documentation. There we go. Tuning guides. The build. Let's flip around. Start it up. That's flipped. Thank you for helping me troubleshoot this, by the way. Something that might have been frustrating me. Go to the build, okay, and then this will start up, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's the V2. Okay, cool. That's very useful, thank you. I forgot that existed. I've never built a Voron. Got it back installed. Kind of a pain to get this installed, not gonna lie. Mild pain. It's because you have to like screw into the extrusions. But not impossible. So while this is booting, is there a specific config for the sex bolt, or is this the typical config for the end stop? having it in this position. That might be the case. Yeah, it has an end stop, a nozzle end stop anyway, right? For the Z, by default. Or does it use the probe? All right, testing again. This is test 69. Homing X. That's wrong. So X moves forward. X moves forward. Let's go to the reference. What does it say? X moves forward, and then we want to try the Y as well. Just to know which position we're at. Yeah, we can tell exactly with that guide. So the Y goes in this direction. So X goes forward, Y goes to the left. So X goes forward, Y goes to the left. Invert both of these steppers. Okay. Which is, so we're uninverting the X and we're inverting the Y. And that should be good, according to the guide. Let's see. X. No, that's wrong. Why is that wrong? X goes back now? Oh, X went forward. The Y went... No, X... X went forward, Y went that way. So A was okay. So X will uninvert X. Which, let me guess, that's the default config where both of them are inverted. We just swapped them. We just swapped them. Because they were wrong. Let's see, X. No. X is wrong still. Swap them back? So X goes in this direction. And then Y goes forward. Does invert both of them. Okay. This is fun. So, uninverting both of them, so nothing is inverted. Let's see. I think we're at this point last time, and then you said to swap the motors. Let's see if this works. X works. And then Y works! Oh, thank God. Look at that. Look at that. And this gantry is, wow, not square at all. Easy. Easy. Now, there's the biggest question. Will the X end stop work? It does! The X end stop works now. We're golden. So let's see what the X end stop config is for this printer. End stop. How does that work? So we need position end stop minus 0.5. Oh, find position for X and Y. Okay. So we need end position minus 0.5. We'll start with that for now. Oops. Minus 0.5. I'll just save it, and then. So let's do this then. Do this. Go to dashboard, and then we're going to manually move the gantry down, so it's kind of where it needs to be. Good enough. Actually, what's the actual end stop for the... Oh, position end stop is literally 300. And then 300. Oh, we did that right. Cool. Awesome. So now let's just do this then. Is it lined up in that direction? It is not. Well, that's an issue, isn't it? It looks like the entire bed needs to move forward. Because the nozzle is like lined up with exactly the end of the bed. Which is weird. That's weird. Yeah, we have position max 300, 300. The bed needs to come forward at all. Well, this is where we're at right now. If I can reach, I can't. Let's rotate this. So we're, wow, almost. We're lined up with the edge of the bed, almost. So I feel like the bed needs to come forward a little. Just like a little bit. I don't know how well I did the bed. So I'm guessing the bed has to come forward. Yeah, move the bed forward. Okay. I can do that. That's not gonna take too long. I can get it squared up later, but to move the bed, pretty simple. You just unscrew it, move it forward. I've already cut the holes. And then that means you have to move the sex bolt back a bit. Wow. These are not easy to move, actually. Even though they're all loose. Yeah, trying to move forward at a time might not be possible. Okay, well, it's coming off. Takes a lot of effort to move the gantry up. Printable alignment jig? No, we'll eyeball it for now. Thank you. It's gonna take... you can link it to me, just send it to me. But I don't know if I'm gonna get that far. Or, well... You know what I'm saying? I could probably align it quicker by hand. Getting at. So let's not do that. Well. Put on some foam. There we go. Put on some foam. Just don't want to scratch anything. Okay. So it just needs to move slightly forward. Ever so slightly. Try that. Using thumb screws as spacers is kind of genius. Although I expect something to be like nylon instead of metal, but beats me. Now we gotta realign all of these. Oh boy. Ooh. Be 38 millimeters to the front. I tried to measure it. I might have failed miserably. But easy enough to swap around. Check. So there's that. Now we are, at least in that corner, let's move it towards the middle. Can I move it? Motors are locked. That looks too far. Looks too far. Maybe now that they're loose, I can slide it a bit. Really? Really? Send it. Just gonna send it. Just to see if we can get something, you know. Our cables are... Let me throw some tape on there before I forget. Because I don't want those cables getting snagged. I still feel like there's too much like slack where the toolhead PCB is. It's not very well thought out for cable management, or maybe I'm not well thought out. One of those two. Measure once, fix 18 times. Right? Like, I'm not going to bother measuring it because I'm still going to have to fix it. And, I mean, that's my ideology. So just do it manually. Okay, get these taped up. Kind of press them forward a little bit. And then I have to move this sex bolt forward a little. So that'll be fun. I didn't even get it in there. I have no idea. I have no freaking idea. What the heck? Let's see, can I move that after it's installed? That would be awesome if I could, please. No. Not budging. I take it off and then move the nuts manually. Dang. Hey, finally home. We're pushing plastic? No. But we got XY homed, which is a good start. We have XY. Next is setting the Z motors up. But first we're getting the end stop kind of correct. Making sure that we can hit the end stop. It's gonna hit like it's not gonna hit the middle of it, but I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure that's fine. So we'll keep it there for now. Okay, so what is the... Oh, well, we're trying to find what the XY config is. Right. Okay, put the probe back over here for now. Safe. And I guess I'll keep the PEI off for a second. So, homing, X, Y. I set the speed slow so I can stop it. But it moves very fluid, very quiet. Very quiet. I don't know if stealth drop is enabled by default, but it is quiet. And then we have to now, so it should be at max travel. So we're just finding where the X is. So let's go -10. -10 until it lines up perfectly on the front. So X plus 1. There, right there. So we can bring it down and click. Now it's pretty close. Honestly, probably, hate to say it, but bring it up a little. Let's check with a PEI sheet. As long as it doesn't touch this, we should be good. Let's see. Oof. Is it touching? It's so close. I can't tell. I think it is touching. Yeah, it's it needs to go up more. So that is at 253. Write that down. 253. So now I got to take this back off. Once again, raise it back up, and then reinstall it. That's how you adjust the offset. I could try to push it a little more towards the bed at the same time, now that I'm taking it off. So I believe we want the, like, we want it to be like right up next to the bed, but not touching. Oops, too much. Way too much. Oh, is that why? This one was like stuck. Getting there. So pretty dang close. I can find where I put my where'd it go? Just had it. Yep, drop something, fell on the floor right next to where the thing I'm looking for is. So in terms of pushing plastic, we haven't verified that the heater heats up yet, but the thermistors work. We're not heating up the bed today, because I have to do the wiring for that. And the extruder is completely unwired, so we either have to figure out a way of determining which pin is which, or just YOLO it. We should be able to figure that out, because there's one plugged in, and then we find the matching pair for that, plug it in right next to it, and then plug the other two in. And then the worst case, we have to swap them, right? I mean, I can check and see if it works. Extruder 200. It is heating up, but the fan is not spinning. I wasn't watching where I was, how high I was going. Let's see, where is it up now? Okay, the fan is not spinning for the hot end. Why is that? Does spark cooling fan work? Yes. Ooh, nice. Some good airflow on there. So the part cooling fan works, but I'm guessing the configuration is not set up for the, yeah, it must not be set up for the main fan. was just looking for offset. That's perfect. We're at the top of the bed. Perfect. Maybe a little lower, just like a tiny bit lower. Okay. Screw that back. Anything else I can check? Not really much. I don't have the LEDs plugged in yet, so I'm not going to be able to check that, nor do I have a config for it. Not a lot else. Really, like we're getting close. Pretty dang close. I have to configure the motors for the Z, which shouldn't be too bad. And right now we're just, well, we can't get it homing yet, so that's part of getting it homing is getting those motors set up. But this needs to be in the right position first. And I'm not necessarily following a guide, I'm just following what I would do. So maybe follow the guide if you're doing this at home. I'd recommend that. But I'm mostly having fun. Apparently losing my screws as well. I'm loving this bottom piece. It's nice. It's really nice. Get that plugged, screwed back in. I think I moved it closer to the bed. Where it's actually screwing in. It's screwing in. Probably go a little closer. Unless the the printed part is touching the bed. Ah, that's the issue. The printed part is touching the bed. That's why it can't go any closer. So is that where it's supposed to be at and it's just gonna kind of slowly melt? Or should I have like an air gap? I feel like there should be an air gap. Let's do that. A weird design that I would not be able to get closer, but there's now an air gap and we have our offset good, so perfect. We are ready to configure the Z-axis. That's gonna be really fun. So in Klipper, printer.config, what does the initial startup say? B2. Oh, Z save home. Octopus guide. X. All right, we're at here. Position min -5. We will need that. Wing speed 8. Okay. Sure. Why not? It's pretty slow, but we can do that. Oh, second homing speed 3. I guess for accuracy, that makes sense. Homing retraction distance 3. That's very important. Setting homing retraction distance 3 means it's going to move above before it starts moving, because it's homing below the bed. If it tries to move, it'll just crash. So that's what the retraction distance does. It's how far away it moves. Am I supposed to have that for the X and Y? 5. Homing positive direction equals true. Interesting. I don't know what that means, but let's add it. X and Y, we'll change our homing speed to 40. Position min. That's a great question. Position min. 0. Alright. That works. So for the Z, we gotta set up our motors. So it's gonna be stepper Z1. Extruder, so motor 6. It puts extruder after, which is kind of confusing. Yeah, extruder's all the way down here, probably. Yeah, motor 6. So all this extruder stuff we'll have to kill, except for the step pins. So we'll kill this. We'll put this under motor 6, I think. Then change this to stepper Z. Z1. Stepper Z1. And then stepper Z1 and the TMC, which is down below. So we'll have to find it. Alright, 2209s. I haven't done any of that yet. Oh, it must run by install chop by default, if I have to guess. So it's running pretty quiet. We don't need a diag pin because we're not using sensorless homing. Stepper is Z1. Yeah, this is where it'd be nice to have a pre-done config for this. I don't think the Octopus is going to have the same exact pinout. I'm not going to guess either. So Z1 is PC9, 8, and P1. What do we need? PC. Oh, that's a UART pin. So let's take a look at the image. So UART. UART. That's CS. PC10. Yeah, PC10. So it goes 10, 13, PF9, and then we need to do PD4. Okay, that's right, PD4. Then our next motor is PD0. PD0 is stepper underscore Z2. I want that. And the next one is going to be extruder Z3. underscore Z3. Z3. Awesome. And then the next one after that is our extruder nothing. Okay. Now in terms of current, I don't know. What are we doing for current? I guess we can keep it all kind of as is for now, including the extruder. Make the extruder a little less, let's say 0.65, just in case. And then extruder does not get stealth chop, and interpolate equals false. I don't know if I need to do the sense resistor. After the sense or the bark pin. The diag pin. Okay, we'll leave the rest with cell chop on for now. Or maybe not the Z. Take the Z off. What does the Z say? Yeah, cell chop 0 and interpolate false. Sure. That's fine. Z doesn't move very much. Oh, and do Control F. Weird. Okay, we'll send it for now, and we'll keep it at point. Oh, these have to be 0.8 at least for the. I'm probably gonna run them a lot higher, so we'll see. Good enough for now. Okay. So that's that. We have to finish adding our regular config. So stepper Z1, we just have those three. What else do I need? We need, yeah, oh, we need the gear ratio. That's very important. The rotation distance. Stepper Z, rotation distance equals 40, gear ratio is that. And for these, I need the same thing. Direction pin, we'll have to test that, but they're all gonna be the same. They theoretically should be, they might not be the same actually. They might not be the same. We'll have to do stepper buzz on all of them. Filament switch, I will change that later. Motor 4. Where's motor 5? Is this motor, is this motor 5? PC9. EC9. Yeah, that's motor 5. Motor 5 should actually be stepper Z2. This one right here is stop. This is stepper Z1. We'll add in those extra config steps. And then the last motor 6 is extruder Z3. We'll have to check the direction. Oh, we don't need heater pin. No heater pin. No heater pin. Not necessary. Okay. So that looks correct. I'm going to save it. Keep it 32 microsteps for now. This one has to be defined. Motor 7 is actually, no. Yeah, motor 7. If this is motor 1, then this is motor 7 is the extruder. Let's get rid of all this. I'm gonna put this under 7. Sensor pin, heater pin. We do need the heater pin. The heater pin's gonna be the same. Doesn't matter. That's just HE2. So I'll leave that as is for now. Enable pin, we need that. Direction pin, step pin, and then we're naming extruder. I know, what is going on with that? There we go. I'm sorry, like Zodi gets this, like, what is that noise? I just have to make sure you guys are still awake. Max temp, torpedo, so 315. I'll have to PID tune it and do all that stuff. What else? What else do we need? Rotation distance. I'll have to steal that from another config, but it's fine for now. I think it's like 5.7, something like that, for orbiter. No, we're running clockwork. We're running clockwork. What is clockwork? Extruder, clockwork. Here we go, this one. Oh wait, no, 5mm? EMG gear ratio? Okay, so we need this for the extruder. We need all of this for the extruder. Rotation distance, we already have. Okay, I think that's good. And then we need Z safe home. Pretty important. Oh, Z safe home. Bed heater, ignore that for now. Probe, we'll ignore that. Safe Z home, okay. So the end stop, just dot them for now. The end stop is, so the X is 253 and the Y is 300. Speed, oh that's his travel speed. Z hop, I don't know if that matters. Okay. Real 5. Huh. Maybe it's the starting point, but I'm guessing that that would actually home further than 300. We'll have to check it in the future, but right now we're just setting our max to 300. We can adjust the 0, later. So that's safe Z home. So now we should be able to do the Z stuff. Start to be able to do the Z stuff. Step pin is not valid in extruder Z3. Okay. I do. So it's the stepper Z3, not extruder Z3. Thank you, Klipper. What else we got? Extruder Z3 required. Extruder Z3. What? Stepper. Did I do something very wrong? Oh, I did. Really? Okay, stepper Z3. Jeez. Let's see what else I messed up. Oh, I did a thing. All right, cool. You guys ready? So this is gonna be pretty easy. We're gonna go through and do stepper buzz for each one of the motors and see where we end up. That'll be easy enough to tell which ones to fix because they're all individual. Quarks-wise, a little difficult because they're linked together. So here's this. Perfect. So let's do stepper buzz Z. So it moves down. It's trying to go to max first, right? You said max first. So it goes down then up. So stepper Z has to be inverted. Z1. Z1. Z1 is not moving. Okay. Z2. Z2 moves down then up, so Z2 has to be inverted. And Z3 has to be inverted. Okay. So Y is... So Z1, I'm inverting. Z2 is just not having it. Well, the enable pin is not... Z1, Z1, the enable pin wasn't enabled. Okay. Okay, so... Guessing this is correct now. So let's try this again. One more stepper test on all of them to make sure. And then we will do a something. Do a something. Alright. Stepper buzz Z. Up then down. Perfect. Z1. Come on now. You can do it. Up and down. Perfect. Z2. Up and down. Up and down. The bearing mod's pretty cool. What do you guys think? And then, up and down, yay! We did it, chat. I'm gonna manually realign the gantry, because this is kind of jank. And then we will try to do something. Do a something. Close enough. Okay, so we're gonna do X. Goes up. That's X. We're doing Y. And we're gonna be very careful. But we're gonna home Z. That is very off. Like, really off. Why is that so far off? Way off. I said 253, right? Z-safe home is 253, 300. So maybe that's very wrong. Try it again. I'll do X and Y and then I'll move it over. Weird. I'll let you be the judge, but okay, yeah, it's just the wrong setting. Weird. Very strange. Okay, well, is it lined up? It's actually pretty good. Let's go a little more. Let's go 8. We're at like 206 now. I don't know what number I had before, but 206. That's our number. Okay. Well, it moves up and down. That's good. Good start. Let's just get this off to the side so you can see. Oh, fun time tomorrow getting this all set up. Am I fun? I mean, yeah, it's part of the experience is getting it set up. I'm not disliking this. This is a fun process. I'm actually having a good time. So homing X. Just cables. Y. And then Z. It's a good time to test to say, you know, see if the end stop actually works. But after a couple of years, okay. Okay. Yeah. Too low. Too low. Okay, so the sex bolt is too low. Too slow. I know. I know my default's 8. But the sex bolt is definitely too low. So we're gonna have to increase that once again. But now I can go Z high. Get that out of the way. What's a good homing speed for at least the first homing? Like 30? I think 30 is fine. If we can home an individual axis at 40, and like, you know, we can go a lot faster. So what's a good first homing speed, and then do the second at 3 for accuracy. 1001. See, so this is gonna have to go a lot higher. Once again, we are taking off all the screws, adjusting this. Over 9,000, oh my god. Probably about 40. Yeah, 40 seems realistic for an end stop. Alright. For you guys watching Star Wars, enjoy. Hopefully the good guy wins and the bad guy also wins, because that's part of the fun. And good news is we are over 4 hours into this and approximately 0 drop frames, 0, streaming over 10K, 10,000 kilobits per second. So pretty good. Size screwdriver, that helps. There we go. Gonna, oops, what did I drop? Screw. One more time. Printer. It's like above a bit, so that should be fine. It's like flush. It's like a little bit above the top of the bed as of now. A little bit above. Slightly above the top of the bed. Because I don't know. We'll see how much clearance we have after we home. It should already be home, so we could do a home all. Actually, I'm gonna change the homing. Well, not for this. Not for this. Tomorrow, the big 1 year stream. Is there the 25th? No, it's Saturday. Saturday. At 2 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow's the regular stream. I'll be on Twitch tomorrow. We haven't done Twitch stream in like forever, so we'll do a Twitch stream tomorrow. We'll show this off. Looks like. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like how much that moves. Oh, you see that? Is that supposed to do that? I'll show you one more time. Is it really supposed to do that? Too far forward? That's as far forward as the actual thing can go. I can't slide any far forward or forward. But still, why is it doing that? Is it hitting something? What is it doing? That's not right. Yeah, something's not right with that. What is... So it feels like it's going down more after it homes. Yeah, it's going down too far. Why would it do that? What could feasibly cause it to do that? Like once it clicks, it should stop. Yeah. That's weird. Rotation distance is 40. Gear ratio is 80 to 60, or 80 to 16, which is correct. Microsteps is 16. I don't think I set microsteps for any of the others. Okay, some of the microsteps are different. Let me change them all to 32. I haven't added that in. Yeah, they're all 32. Oh, I have 2 settings for microsteps. Although I don't think that would make a difference. We'll find out. All right, have a good night. Yeah, it's putting a lot of force on it. Try it again. Homing all. It's really weird. I don't know what's going on with that. So it clicks, and then it keeps going. So I'll take a video of that and post it on Discord. Someone's gonna tell me exactly what the issue is. But hey, we're homing the Z. That's a good start, right? Next thing, we'll just have to, you know, pick up our clicky probe and do all that fun stuff. I'm excited. That's awesome. So I think that's probably about it for tonight. So thank you all for tuning in. It's been quite a blast. We have, I mean, it's moving. It's moving. I kind of want to do one of the speed thingies. Oh, I don't though, because the gantry's not aligned. Ah. I kind of want to do it. I kind of want to, but I also kind of want to wait till the gantry's aligned. Do you have a pull-up on the Z end stop? Oh, do I? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, it's something weird. End stop pin, it is pulled up. Well, direction, enable. Direction, enable. Step Z. Is it not supposed to be pulled up? It is by default, so let's see. Oh. Stepper. No, that's the default. Hold on. The default for this extruder. Stepper Z. End stop pin. Aha. Aha. This shouldn't be pulled up. Interesting. Should the regular ones be pulled up? None of them should be? Should none of them be pulled up? Really? Is that true? None of the end stop pins should be pulled up. That goes against what I would believe. We'll try it. That all works still. Y triggered? Yeah, Y is triggered. Alright, let's try that. That seems a lot faster. No, it's still too much. No trigger on Z after full move. Yeah, I think it definitely needs to be pulled up. Right now it's... Right now it's pressed in, but it's not triggered. That's an issue. Yeah, so there's definitely something going on with that. You think it could be the wiring? Potentially. I don't know. I don't know why that would really make a difference. Let's see. I don't like that being pressed down. I'll do a video on it. All of your software. I know it is. It's very close. It's pretty close. I'm not worried about it. I checked. It's like very minimally out of date. So. So is it even triggering? Yeah, it's not even manually triggering. So I'm guessing it's probably the wiring. So I'll mess around with the wiring tomorrow and see if I can get something better. Because I just did that up and who knows, could be off. So, alright, good enough. I'll call it there. Thank you all for tuning in. Huge shout out to West 3D. Go check them out. Link in the video description. They have all kinds of parts. They have Voron kits if you want to pick some up. 1, 10, whatever. Just use my affiliate link and I get a small kickback. So thank you. You can check out LDO products on their website as well. Awesome stuff such as the stepper motors. The whole frame is an LDO frame. It's quite nice. I love the green. So get that while it's still in stock. Thank you to Polymaker for the beautiful filaments and the filament to come. Very excited for some special Galaxy ABS and ASA coming soon to a filament supplier near you. Thank you, chat, for tuning in, watching this live, helping me out. I've, probably would have been faster to do this with you guys than not. So, that being said, I am gonna work on this tomorrow, and I'll stream on Twitch a bit going forward, just to kind of mess around, a little more casual. So, this concludes the temporary... Yeah, this concludes the build series for this printer. I think we're... Well, it doesn't include it. The major parts on YouTube are concluded. The next step would be installing the panels, the back plate, the bottom plate, the skirts. This is all mostly aesthetic and not core functionality. Clicky and probably an 8 configured off stream. So in terms of configuration and stuff, this will be the final part. So going forward, I might have a part 7 that is a kind of print and chill or something like that. So six episodes. Pretty good to get this thing moving. Not bad. And thank you for your support. Bye. Blame the wiring. It's gotta be the wiring. What else could it possibly be? Let's be the wiring. Yeah. Why is it not pulled up? I don't get that. Why could it not? It doesn't make any sense. End stops are just pulled up. That's how they work. Right? Right? Oh well. I've never done stream on YouTube for a bit. I like Twitch chat better. They're more fun. Make it raid out. Can't raid out on YouTube yet. Come on, YouTube. Add raiding out. We need to raid. Oh yeah, people actually have to be streaming on YouTube. Bye.